Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The History of the Hogwarts Ghosts. Let's start the story with the ethereal residents of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the ghosts who haunt its ancient halls and passageways. In the misty origins of Hogwarts Castle, when the four founders were still designing the grand staircases and hidden chambers that would become legendary, there were no ghosts drifting through the corridors. The spectral residents we know today arrived gradually over the centuries, each bringing with them a fragment of wizarding history preserved in their translucent forms. The earliest recorded ghost to take up residence at Hogwarts was the Grey Lady, known in life as Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Her story begins not as a Hogwarts tale, but as a family tragedy. Helena, driven by envy and a desire to surpass her brilliant mother, stole Rowena's precious diadem, a magical artifact said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, and fled to the forests of Albania. As Rowena fell ill, she sent a young man who loved Helena to find her daughter. When he located her, Helena refused to return, and in a moment of rage, he ended her life before taking his own in remorse. The weight of her stolen wisdom, her unfulfilled potential, and her unresolved relationship with her mother anchored Helena's spirit to the mortal world. She returned to Hogwarts, not in life, but in death, becoming the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower. For centuries, she drifted through the castle's eastern wings, silent and sorrowful, revealing her true identity to almost no one. The young man who killed her would become the Bloody Baron, the terrifying ghost of Slytherin House, forever marked by the silvery bloodstains of his crime. His chains, self-imposed, represent the eternal penance he chose to bear for his actions. The tragic connection between these two specters formed the beginning of Hogwarts' ghostly community. By the 12th century, records from headmasters mention multiple spirits residing within the castle walls. They note that unlike poltergeists, mischievous entities born from accumulated magical mischief, these ghosts were the genuine imprints of departed witches and wizards who, for various reasons, feared to move beyond the veil. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, better known as Nearly Headless Nick, joined their ranks on October 31st, 1492. His botched execution, requiring 45 axe strokes to nearly, but not quite, sever his head, left him in a state of perpetual indignation. As the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, his death day parties would become infamous throughout the castle, featuring rotten food that guests could almost taste and headless horsemen who mocked his predicament. The Fat Friar, Hufflepuff's jovial ghost, arrived during the 16th century. In life, he was a monk known for his healing abilities, which aroused suspicion among his Muggle brethren. His execution for his unexplainable miracles brought him to Hogwarts, where his kind-hearted nature continued even in death. He became known for helping lost students find their way through the labyrinthine corridors and offering words of encouragement to homesick first years. As centuries passed, the ghosts of Hogwarts organized themselves into a proper society, forming the Ghost Council that would meet regularly in the shadowy corners of the castle. They established traditions like the opening feast entrance, gliding through the walls of the Great Hall to welcome new students, and the Headless Hunt, an exclusive club that, much to Nearly Headless Nick's eternal frustration, rejected his membership applications due to his technically incomplete decapitation. The relationship between the living and the dead at Hogwarts evolved into a unique symbiosis. The ghosts became unofficial guardians of their houses, offering guidance based on centuries of observation. They served as both historians and confidants, keepers of secrets that would otherwise be lost to time. In return, they received acknowledgement, conversation, and at times, advocacy from the living. Professor Binns, who died peacefully in his sleep one night, and simply rose the next morning to continue teaching as if nothing had changed, represents perhaps the most dedicated of Hogwarts' ghostly inhabitants. His monotonous lectures on goblin rebellions continue to lull students to sleep, a testament to how the boundary between life and death at Hogwarts is uniquely permeable. During times of crisis at Hogwarts, the ghosts have proven invaluable. In the Chamber of Secrets incident, it was the petrified form of nearly headless Nick that helped protect Justin Finch-Fletchley from the lethal gaze of the basilisk. During the Battle of Hogwarts, the ghostly residents served as messengers, floating through walls to deliver warnings and gather intelligence on Death Eater movements. What is perhaps most fascinating about the Hogwarts ghosts is their choice to remain. Each had the opportunity to go on, to pass beyond the veil into whatever lies beyond death. Yet each chose, for reasons ranging from fear to regret to attachment, to remain tethered to the school. The Grey Lady's centuries of silence, the Baron's eternal remorse, Nick's indignation, and the Friar's continuing compassion speak to the complex emotions that can anchor a soul to the physical world. Magical theory suggests that ghosts represent an imprint of a departed soul, a shadow of who they once were, rather than the full person. This explains their limited abilities to affect the physical world, and their sometimes repetitive behaviors. Yet the Hogwarts ghosts demonstrate remarkable self-awareness and adaptability, suggesting that the magical environment of the school might preserve more of their essence than would be possible elsewhere. The ghosts of Hogwarts serve as reminders that history is never truly past at the ancient school of magic. They embody centuries of triumph and tragedy, wisdom and warning, all drifting through the same corridors where modern students hurry to their lessons. In their transparent forms, we see reflected the consequences of choices made long ago, still reverberating through time. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps consider this. What unfinished business, what passionate attachment, what fear or regret would be powerful enough to keep you tethered to the mortal world? What legacy would you leave behind, drifting through familiar halls for centuries after your passing? And how might you, like the Grey Lady, finally find peace after an eternity of silent witness? Chapter 2. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. Painted shadows dance across the ancient canvas as we turn our attention to one of Hogwarts' most distinctive portraits. A window not just into art, but into history itself. Tonight, as the embers glow softly in the hearth, let us unravel the story of Phineas Nigellus Black, whose likeness hangs in the headmaster's office, and whose sharp tongue continues to cut across the centuries. Long before his essence was captured in pigment and enchantment, Phineas Nigellus Black walked the corridors of Hogwarts, not as a portrait, but as its headmaster. Born in the mid-19th century to the ancient and most noble House of Black, Phineas was raised with the unwavering belief in pure-blood supremacy that would come to define his family for generations. His sorting into Slytherin House surprised no one, and his academic brilliance was matched only by his disdain for those he considered beneath him. The young Phineas navigated Hogwarts with calculated ambition, building connections with influential pure-blood families and demonstrating a formidable talent for magical theory. Though never particularly well-liked, his intelligence could not be denied, and upon graduation, he quickly established himself in wizarding high society. His marriage to Ursula Flint further cemented the Black family's status, and together they raised 5 children who would continue the Black legacy. But it was in 1877 that Phineas achieved what he considered his rightful position, appointment as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The wizarding world was changing. The International Statute of Secrecy had been in effect for nearly 2 centuries, and tensions between traditional pure-blood families and the growing number of Muggle-born students were becoming increasingly strained. As headmaster, Phineas made little effort to hide his preferences. He implemented a more rigorous application process that, while ostensibly based on magical aptitude, conveniently favored children from established wizarding families. His educational reforms emphasized proper wizarding traditions and history, while subtly diminishing the importance of Muggle studies. Contemporary accounts describe him as coldly efficient and uninterested in the troubles of students. Indeed, Phineas Nigellus Black would go down in Hogwarts history as perhaps its least popular headmaster. His cutting remarks to students, dismissive attitude towards staff concerns, and unapologetic elitism earned him few admirers. Yet his tenure was marked by certain undeniable achievements. The expansion of the Hogwarts library, the establishment of more rigorous OWL and N.E.W.T standards, and a significant enhancement of the school's defensive enchantments. Upon his death in 1925, as was customary for all Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses, a magical portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black took its place on the wall of the headmaster's office. Unlike ordinary portraits, which capture a mere shadow of their subject's appearance and manner, the headmaster portraits are enchanted to contain the essence of their subjects' personalities, memories, and wisdom. They serve as advisors to current heads of the school, providing institutional knowledge and counsel based on their own experiences. The portrait of Phineas retained all of the former headmaster's haughtiness and sharp wit. He became known for his cutting remarks, thinly veiled sarcasm, and general air of superiority. Yet, bound by the magic that created him, he remained duty-bound to assist whoever held the position of headmaster, regardless of his personal feelings about them. A lesser-known fact about Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait is that it was not unique. As a member of the prestigious Black family, Phineas also had a portrait hanging in the ancestral home at No. 12, Grimmauld Place. This seemingly minor detail would prove surprisingly significant during the Second Wizarding War, almost a century after his death. The portrait in Grimmauld Place hung in an upstairs bedroom, largely unnoticed and unappreciated by the declining Black lineage. When Sirius Black, a direct descendant and the last male heir of the Black family, inherited the property, the house became headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. The portrait of his ancestor, with its pure blood ideology and Slytherin connections, was considered nothing more than an unpleasant reminder of a family history Sirius was eager to escape. Few realized that this portrait provided a direct channel of communication to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Phineas could travel freely between his two frames, and thus unwittingly became a potential security breach for the Order. Albus Dumbledore, ever vigilant, was aware of this connection, and used it to his advantage, sending messages through Phineas when other methods were too risky. After Dumbledore's death and the fall of the Ministry, when Hogwarts came under the control of Severus Snape and, by extension, Lord Voldemort, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black took on an unexpected role. When Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley fled into hiding, Hermione had the foresight to bring along Phineas's Grimmauld Place portrait, stored safely in her beaded bag with an undetectable extension charm. Through careful questioning of the portrait, always blindfolded to prevent him from identifying their location, the trio gleaned valuable information about events at Hogwarts. Despite his protests and disdain, Phineas found himself an unwilling informant for those he would have once considered blood traitors and unworthy of magical education. What is perhaps most fascinating about Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait is the subtle evolution it displays. Though maintaining his caustic personality and pure-blood beliefs, the portrait shows moments of complexity that hint at more than simple bigotry. His reluctant assistance to Harry and his friends suggests a deeper loyalty to Hogwarts itself that transcends ideological differences. The magic of headmaster portraits remains one of the more intriguing forms of wizarding portraiture. Unlike ghosts, who choose to remain as imprints of themselves after death, portrait subjects have no say in their creation. The essence captured is not the soul, but rather a magical impression of personality, knowledge, and memory, preserved through enchanted paint and canvas. Phineas exists not as a true consciousness, but as a magical echo of the man he once was, yet one sophisticated enough to learn, adapt, and respond to new situations. In the aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts, when Minerva McGonagall asked the assembled portraits for their counsel, Phineas Nigellus Black's contribution was characteristically acerbic, but surprisingly practical. The portrait that had once sneered at common magical folk now acknowledged the bravery of students from all houses who had fought to defend the school. Not an emotional transformation, perhaps, but a reluctant recognition that courage and magical ability are not the exclusive domain of those with pure bloodlines. Today, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black continues to hang in the headmaster's office, a reminder of Hogwarts' complex history and the evolving nature of wizarding society. His frame has witnessed the succession of headmasters and headmistresses, the rise and fall of dark wizards, and the gradual dismantling of the pure blood supremacy he once espoused. As your eyes grow heavy and your mind drifts toward dreams, consider this: how might our own beliefs, so firmly held in life, be judged by generations to come? What parts of ourselves would remain fixed in the magical paint of memory, and which might soften with the passage of time and changing circumstances? Chapter 3. The Power of the Elder Wand. Moonlight traces silver patterns across the floor as we delve into the tale of a wand unlike any other, an instrument of magic so powerful that its very existence has altered the course of wizarding history. As shadows lengthen and the evening grows still, let us explore the enigmatic Elder Wand, the most fearsome of the three deathly hallows. The origins of the Elder Wand are shrouded in mystery and legend. According to the tale of the three brothers, as recorded in the tales of Beedle the Bard, three wizard brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peverell, encountered Death himself at a treacherous river crossing. Having cleverly evaded their demise by conjuring a bridge, they were each granted a prize of their choosing. Antioch Peverell, the eldest brother, being a combative wizard, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. And so Death fashioned a wand from the branch of an elder tree that stood nearby, with a core of the strel tail hair, a material from creatures visible only to those who have witnessed death. Magical historians and wand-makers have long debated whether this tale represents literal truth or allegorical wisdom. Some suggest that the Peverell brothers were simply exceptionally gifted wand-makers who created the hallows themselves. Others believe that the Elder Wand predates even the Peverells, its origins lost to antiquity. What remains undisputed, however, is the wand's extraordinary power and its blood-soaked journey through wizarding history. The physical attributes of the Elder Wand set it apart from ordinary magical instruments. Longer than standard wands at 15 inches, it was fashioned from elder wood, a material rarely used in wand-making due to its associations with death and ill fortune. Its distinctive appearance featured nodules along its length that resembled clusters of elderberries, giving it an organic, almost gnarled appearance that belied its deadly precision. Unlike wands crafted by modern wand-makers such as Ollivander, which develop allegiance to their chosen wizards, the Elder Wand's loyalty is uniquely fickle. It recognizes only power. The wand attaches itself to whomever defeats its previous master, regardless of whether that defeat occurs through a proper wizarding duel, an act of murder, or even simple disarming. This singular characteristic has contributed to its bloody trail through history, as wizards murdered one another in pursuit of its legendary power. The written history of the Elder Wand begins shortly after Antioch Peverell's acquisition of it. True to his boastful nature, Antioch traveled to a nearby village and picked a quarrel with a wizard with whom he had a long-standing feud. In the ensuing duel, the Elder Wand lived up to its reputation, and Antioch cut down his opponent with ease. Later that night, as he slept, another wizard crept into his room, slit his throat, and stole the wand. Thus began what wand-makers would come to call the bloody trail of the Elder Wand. Throughout the centuries, The wand passed from hand to hand, often leaving death in its wake. It appears in historical accounts under various names: the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, the Eldrune Wand, each new title marking another chapter in its notorious history. Its wielders achieved temporary greatness, only to fall victim to those who coveted their power. In the early Middle Ages, the wand came into the possession of Emeric the Evil, who terrorized southern England until his defeat in a titanic duel with Egbert the Egregious. A century later, Godalot, who had obtained the wand by mysterious means, wrote Magic Most Evil, one of the earliest texts on the dark arts. He was later imprisoned in his own cellar by his son Hereward, who took the wand and left his father to die. The wand continued its dark journey, leaving a trail of powerful wizards who met untimely ends. Barnabas Deverell, Loxias, and others wielded it briefly before succumbing to those who sought its power. By the 20th century, the wand had come into the possession of the wandmaker Mikhail Gregorovich, who foolishly spread rumors of his ownership in hopes of enhancing his reputation. These boasts reached the ears of the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who coveted the wand's power to further his vision of wizarding dominance over Muggles. In 1926, Grindelwald broke into Gregorovich's workshop and stole the Elder Wand. With its immense power at his command, Grindelwald rose to become one of the most dangerous dark wizards of all time, establishing a reign of terror across Europe. For nearly 2 decades, the Elder Wand served Grindelwald in his campaign for wizarding supremacy. Under the banner of For the Greater Good, he built a fortress called Nurmengard to house his opponents, and gathered an army of followers who believed in his vision of a world where wizards ruled openly over Muggles. The wand's power made him nearly unbeatable in magical combat, allowing him to brush aside even the most skilled opponents. In 1945, however, Grindelwald finally met his match in Albus Dumbledore, his former friend, and perhaps the only wizard whose magical skill could rival his own. Their duel has been described as the greatest wizarding battle ever witnessed, a display of magical prowess so extraordinary that those who saw it would never forget the clash of elemental forces, the complex enchantments, and the sheer magical innovation displayed by both combatants. When Dumbledore emerged victorious, the Elder Wand transferred its allegiance to him, though few knew he had obtained the legendary artifact. Unlike previous owners, Dumbledore never used the wand to seek power for himself. He understood its dangerous nature and the temptation it represented. Instead, he wielded it primarily as an instrument for teaching and protection, keeping its true identity secret from all but a select few. Under Dumbledore's ownership, the Elder Wand performed extraordinary magic. It helped create the enchantments protecting the Philosopher's Stone, cast complex memory charms, and even contained the deadly curse from Marvolo Gaunt's ring within Dumbledore's hand when he foolishly put it on. For decades, the bloody trail of the wand seemed to have been halted by a wizard wise enough to understand its dangers. The wand's peaceful chapter was not to last, however. Lord Voldemort, having learned of the Elder Wand's existence and believing it might overcome the curious connection between his wand and Harry Potter's, began seeking it with single-minded determination. His research led him first to Gregorovich, then to Grindelwald, and finally to the realization that Dumbledore had been its most recent master. What Voldemort failed to understand was the wand's complex system of allegiance. When he broke into Dumbledore's tomb and took the wand, he believed its power would automatically become his. He did not realize that Draco Malfoy had disarmed Dumbledore before his death, making Malfoy the wand's true master. And when Harry Potter later disarmed Malfoy at Malfoy Manor, the wand's allegiance shifted once again, though it remained physically in Voldemort's possession. This misconception would prove fatal. During the Battle of Hogwarts, when Voldemort turned the Elder Wand against Harry Potter, the wand refused to kill its true master. The killing curse rebounded, and Voldemort fell at last. The bloody trail of the Elder Wand had claimed its final victim, the very Dark Lord who had sought its power above all else. After Voldemort's defeat, Harry Potter made a decision unprecedented in the wand's long history. Rather than keep the most powerful wand in existence, he chose to return it to Dumbledore's tomb. His intention was that, when he died a natural death, undefeated, the wand's extraordinary power would be broken at last. Whether this plan succeeded remains one of the great unanswered questions of recent wizarding history. The Elder Wand represents a paradox at the heart of magical power. It offers unbeatable magical might, yet has never brought lasting happiness or security to its owners. Those who sought it most desperately met the most tragic ends, while the only wizard to truly master it was the one who understood its limitations and dangers. As you drift towards sleep, consider this question. If the Elder Wand came into your possession, would you wield it openly, hide it away, or break its power forever? And what does your answer reveal about your understanding of the true nature of power? Chapter 4. The Quidditch World Cup Venue. As twilight settles over rolling hills and ancient oaks, imagine the hushed anticipation of 100,000 witches and wizards gathered in a place that, to Muggle eyes, appears as nothing more than an empty moor. Tonight, we journey to one of the most impressive feats of magical engineering and organization, the magnificent venue that hosts the Quidditch World Cup, where nations gather every 4 years to determine the greatest Quidditch team in the world. The history of the Quidditch World Cup venue is, in many ways, the history of international magical cooperation itself. The first official World Cup, held in 1473, was a comparatively modest affair, hosted in a remote valley in northern England. The tournament featured only European teams, with stands constructed from transfigured trees that could accommodate perhaps 1,000 spectators. The security measures consisted primarily of memory charms performed on any unfortunate Muggles who wandered too close. As Quidditch grew in popularity, and the tournament expanded to include teams from around the globe, the need for a more sophisticated venue became apparent. The International Confederation of Wizards established the Department of Magical Games and Sports in 1674, which took responsibility for organizing the event and creating suitable venues that could safely host increasing numbers of wizarding spectators while maintaining absolute secrecy from the Muggle world. The modern Quidditch World Cup venue represents the pinnacle of magical construction and concealment. Its creation begins years before the actual tournament, with the selection of a suitable location, typically a remote area with natural boundaries, such as mountains, forests, or bodies of water, that help limit accidental Muggle encounters. Once a location is chosen, an extraordinary collaboration begins between the host nation's Ministry of Magic and international magical architects and enchanters. First, a perimeter of enchantments is established around an area vast enough to contain not only the stadium itself, but also space for thousands of wizarding tents, transportation arrival points, and vendor areas. Anti-Muggle charms of remarkable sophistication create what magical theorists call a perception filter. Muggles who approach the area suddenly remember urgent appointments elsewhere, notice threatening weather that doesn't actually exist, or simply feel an inexplicable desire to walk in another direction. With the security perimeter established, work begins on the stadium itself. Unlike permanent wizarding structures such as Hogwarts Castle, the World Cup Stadium is designed to leave no trace once the tournament concludes. Teams of magical architects use a combination of expansion charms, undetectable extension spells, and complex variations of the levitation charm to create a structure that seems to grow organically from the landscape. The stadium that housed the 1994 World Cup between Bulgaria and Ireland was perhaps the most impressive ever constructed. Rising 100 feet into the air, with walls of shimmering gold, it could seat 100,000 spectators in perfect comfort. From the outside, it appeared to be constructed of solid material, but those with knowledge of magical architecture understood that it was primarily sustained by intricate layers of enchantment, with physical materials serving mainly as anchors for the complex magical structure. The interior of the stadium features a perfect oval of regulation Quidditch pitch at its center, 500 feet long and 180 feet wide, with the traditional 3 goal hoops of varying heights at each end. The playing area is enchanted with specialized weather-repelling charms, to ensure ideal playing conditions regardless of surrounding weather, though these charms are calibrated to allow enough natural air movement for proper broomstick handling and quaffle aerodynamics. Surrounding the pitch are rising tiers of seats, divided into sections for different nations and organized so that every spectator has an unobstructed view of the action. Unlike Muggle sporting venues, magical expansion ensures that even seats at the back offer perfect sightlines. The seats themselves are enchanted with cushioning charms that adjust to each occupant's preferred firmness, and subtle warming or cooling charms activate based on the ambient temperature. The top box, reserved for dignitaries and tournament officials, represents the height of magical luxury. Accessed by its own purple carpeted staircase, it offers the best view in the stadium along with enhanced magical services. Here, ministers of magic, team owners, and other VIPs can enjoy the match while engaging in diplomatic conversations that often have implications far beyond Quidditch. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the modern World Cup stadium is the magical scoreboard. Towering above the pitch, it appears as a shimmering golden rectangle that displays not only the score in glowing red letters, but also commentary in multiple languages, replays of spectacular plays, and statistical analysis that would make even the most dedicated arithmancy student's head spin. The board is enchanted to be visible and legible from any seat in the stadium, automatically adjusting its display based on the viewer's location and preferred language. The logistics of bringing 100,000 witches and wizards to a remote location present challenges that would be insurmountable without magic. The Department of Magical Transportation establishes a complex network of portkeys in the weeks leading up to the tournament. Ordinary objects like old boots, empty potion bottles, or punctured footballs, enchanted to transport groups of wizards from predetermined collection points around the world at specific times. These portkeys are carefully scheduled to prevent overcrowding at arrival points and are calibrated to deposit international visitors in areas where department representatives speaking their language can assist them. For British wizards, the night bus runs special routes to the stadium, while those with approved licenses can apparate to designated apparition points. Flying directly to the venue is discouraged due to the risk of Muggle sightings, though some wizards from nearby areas still arrive this way, especially those with young children who might find other methods of magical transportation disorienting. The campgrounds surrounding the stadium represent a village-sized celebration of international wizarding culture. Organized in sections by country of origin, they become a temporary home to thousands of magical families for the duration of the tournament. Walking through these grounds, one might see elaborately enchanted tents that resemble miniature palaces from the outside and contain actual palaces inside, thanks to extension charms, vendors selling magical merchandise from around the world, and impromptu gatherings where wizards from different nations exchange spells, recipes, and stories late into the night. Security for such a massive gathering requires extraordinary magical precautions. In addition to the anti-Muggle charms surrounding the venue, teams of Aurors and magical law enforcement officers from participating countries patrol the grounds, watching for prohibited magical items, monitoring for potential conflicts between rival supporters, and ensuring that celebrations remain within acceptable limits of magical statute violations. After the final match, when the winners have taken their victory lap and the trophy has been presented, the truly remarkable aspect of the Quidditch World Cup venue comes into play: its complete disappearance. Through a carefully orchestrated series of vanishing spells, reversal charms, and magical restoration, the entire stadium is systematically dismantled, leaving no trace that tens of thousands of wizards gathered there. The grass regrows, disturbed soil returns to its natural state, and even the magical residue that typically lingers after significant enchantments is neutralized through specialized cleaning charms. What makes this feat particularly impressive is that it occurs while many attendees are still celebrating or commiserating in their tents. The disappearing stadium is so gradual and subtle that many barely notice it happening, the golden walls seeming to dissolve into the mist like a dream fading at dawn. When the last wizard has departed, and the final tent has been packed away, A team of obliviators makes a final sweep of the area, modifying the memories of any local muggles who might have noticed unusual activities. By morning, the location appears exactly as it did weeks before, an empty moor, a deserted heath, or a quiet valley, with not so much as a forgotten omnioculars strapped to suggest that the wizarding world's greatest sporting event was held there. As your consciousness drifts toward the realm of dreams, consider this: what other extraordinary gatherings might be taking place in seemingly empty fields, or on deserted moors, just beyond the limits of ordinary perception. What magnificent structures might rise and fall like golden mist, invisible to those without the magical awareness to perceive them. Chapter 5. The Service History of the Night Bus. As darkness settles over the winding country roads of Britain, a peculiar sound might reach your ears. Not quite a bang, not quite a backfire, but something in between. Should you glimpse a flash of violent purple through the trees, you've witnessed one of the wizarding world's most curious forms of public transportation, the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Tonight, as the wind whispers through the branches outside, let us explore the remarkable history of this unconventional magical conveyance. The night bus was established in 1865 as a response to a growing need within the wizarding community. The Statute of Secrecy, then nearly 2 centuries old, had made broomstick travel increasingly problematic as Muggle populations expanded and the chances of being spotted while flying increased dramatically. While affluent wizarding families could afford private carriages with disillusionment charms, many ordinary magical folk found themselves with limited transportation options, particularly in emergencies. Minister for Magic Dugald MacPhail, known for his pragmatic approach to wizarding welfare, commissioned the Department of Magical Transportation to devise a solution. The result was the night bus, named not for any nocturnal associations, but for Erasmus Knight, the skilled enchanter who designed its core magical systems. Knight, who had previously worked on the enchantments for the Hogwarts Express, brought his considerable talents to creating a vehicle that could navigate the complex geography of wizarding Britain, while remaining virtually undetectable to Muggles. The original night bus was a modest affair compared to its modern descendant, a single-decker, dark blue vehicle that could accommodate perhaps 20 passengers with their luggage. It was drawn not by horses but by a team of Granians, winged magical horses known for their speed. This arrangement proved problematic, however, as the Granians frequently attempted to take flight when startled, leading to several incidents of the bus becoming briefly airborne over the Pennines. In 1879, the horse-drawn model was retired in favor of a self-propelling version, powered by a complex array of locomotion charms developed by Thessaly Throckmorton, a pioneering witch in the field of magical transportation. Throckmorton's innovations allowed the bus to achieve unprecedented speeds while maintaining a remarkably smooth ride for passengers, at least by the standards of the day. Contemporary accounts suggest that while cups of tea no longer spilled, passengers might still find themselves sliding gently from one end of the bus to the other during particularly sharp turns. The night bus we know today, the triple-decker, violently purple vehicle, came into service in 1923 during the brief but influential term of Minister Lorcan MacLeod. The expansion to 3 levels allowed for the introduction of beds for nighttime travel, a necessary accommodation as the bus extended its service to 24 hours. The distinctive coloring was chosen specifically because it was so un-Muggle-like that it paradoxically contributed to the bus's invisibility. Muggles who caught glimpses of it would be likely to dismiss what they had seen as impossible. Throughout its history, the night bus has employed a rotating cast of conductors and drivers, many of whom have become minor celebrities within the wizarding world. Perhaps the most famous pairing was Ernie Prang and Stanley Shunpike, who served together from the late 1980s through the Second Wizarding War. Ernie, an elderly wizard with spectacles as thick as the bottom of butterbeer bottles, was renowned for his seemingly reckless driving style that nonetheless never resulted in accidents. Stan, the much younger conductor known for his pimply face and eager manner, became the public face of the night bus for a generation of young witches and wizards. The operational magic that allows the night bus to function is a closely guarded secret of the Department of Magical Transportation, but certain aspects are widely known. The bus's ability to compress itself to squeeze through impossibly narrow gaps between Muggle vehicles relies on a variant of the extension charm, applied in reverse. Rather than expanding internal space, this charm temporarily compresses external dimensions without affecting the interior, allowing the bus to narrow itself to the width of a letterbox if necessary. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the bus, accompanied by that distinctive bang, involves a specialized form of apparition, modified to work on an inanimate object containing living beings. Unlike standard apparition, which requires the wizard to visualize their destination clearly, the night bus responds to the intention and need of the summoner, able to locate any stranded witch or wizard who raises their wand hand with deliberate purpose. Perhaps most impressive is the bus's navigation system. Without any visible guidance from the driver, the night bus plots optimal routes through Britain's complex road network, accounting for traffic conditions, magical disturbances, and the urgency of each passenger's journey. The bus's enchantments allow it to prioritize passengers in genuine emergency situations, sometimes rearranging its internal floor plan to accommodate urgent cases near the front. The fare system of the night bus has evolved over the decades. In its early years, payment was accepted in any form of wizarding currency, from galleons to sickles to nuts. By the mid-20th century, as financial systems became more standardized, the fare structure was formalized. 11 sickles for basic transport, 13 for hot chocolate, and 15 for hot water bottle and toothbrush in any color. During the First Wizarding War, the night bus became something more than mere transportation. It served as a lifeline for wizarding families displaced by Death Eater attacks. The Department of Magical Transportation temporarily suspended fares for families whose homes had been destroyed, and bus conductors were given basic training in healing magic to assist injured passengers until they could reach proper medical care at St. Mungo's. The Second Wizarding War again saw the night bus adopt an expanded role. After the Ministry fell to Voldemort's influence, the bus continued to operate, though under increased scrutiny. Some conductors, including Stan Shunpike, were placed under the Imperious Curse and used to gather intelligence on the movements of Muggleborns and known opponents of the new regime. Nevertheless, several drivers and conductors worked secretly with the Order of the Phoenix, helping to transport endangered wizards to safe houses and relay messages that couldn't be trusted to Owl Post. In quieter times, the night bus has served as more than emergency transport. It has become a cultural institution. For young witches and wizards making their first independent journey, summoning the night bus is something of a rite of passage. Elderly magical folk who no longer trust their apparition abilities rely on it for visiting distant relatives. International visitors use it to navigate the British wizarding world's sometimes confusing geography. The interior of the night bus reflects its uniquely British magical character. During daytime hours, the bus features mismatched armchairs in various states of repair, each equipped with subtle sticking charms that activate in emergencies to prevent passengers from sliding too dramatically. At night, these chairs are replaced with brass bedsteads, each with downy quilts and hot water bottles in winter months. The conductor's podium near the driver's seat houses a massive logbook detailing every journey taken since the bus's inception, a historical record spanning over a century of wizarding travel. For all its eccentricities and occasionally alarming transportation methods, the night bus has maintained a perfect safety record throughout its existence. Not a single passenger has ever been seriously injured during transit, despite the bus's tendency to leap from one county to another with alarming suddenness, or its habit of mounting sidewalks to bypass Muggle traffic jams. The enchantments laid by Erasmus Knight and refined by generations of magical transportation experts ensure that while the journey may be uncomfortable, it will always be safe. As your eyelids grow heavy and your mind begins to drift, consider this: what unseen magical conveyances might be passing by your window at this very moment. visible only to those with the knowledge to perceive them. And if you found yourself stranded on a dark road with only a wand for company, would you have the courage to raise your hand and summon the violet, triple-decker apparition that has been the salvation of countless witches and wizards throughout the centuries? Chapter 6. The OL Examinations. As evening shadows lengthen across ancient stone floors, and the soft glow of enchanted candles fills the corridors of Hogwarts, let us turn our attention to a rite of passage that has shaped the educational journey of countless young witches and wizards, the ordinary wizarding level examinations, more commonly known as OLs. The history of standardized magical testing reaches back to the early days of organized magical education. While the four founders of Hogwarts each had their own methods of assessing students' abilities, it wasn't until the establishment of the Wizards' Council in the 14th century that efforts began to create consistent educational standards across Britain and Ireland. The predecessor to the modern oral examinations emerged in 1484, when the council appointed the first wizarding examinations authority to oversee the testing of young magicians at the approximate midpoint of their formal education. These early examinations were conducted orally, with students demonstrating practical spellwork before a panel of accomplished witches and wizards drawn from various magical professions. Success was measured not by grades, but by the number of examiners who deemed the student competent, with 3 approvals from a panel of 5 being the traditional threshold for passing. Documentation from this period suggests that examinations were often highly individualized, with questions tailored to each student's particular strengths and interests. The modern OWL system took shape during the educational reforms of the late 18th century, coinciding with the transition from the Wizards' Council to the Ministry of Magic. Influenced by Muggle educational innovations of the Enlightenment period, the newly established Department of Magical Education introduced written theoretical examinations to complement practical testing, standardized grading scales, and a formal curriculum that all students were expected to master. Today's OL examinations, typically undertaken by students in their 5th year at Hogwarts, represent the culmination of those reforms. The examinations serve multiple purposes within wizarding education. They assess students' mastery of foundational magical knowledge, determine eligibility for advanced study in specific subjects, provide guidance for potential career paths, and ensure consistent educational standards throughout the wizarding community. The preparations for OLWLs begin long before the actual examinations take place. At the start of their 5th year, Hogwarts students receive extensive counseling from their heads of house regarding the importance of these tests for their future prospects. The curriculum intensifies noticeably, with professors assigning more complex spellwork and substantially more homework than in previous years. By January, many students have developed personalized study schedules, often covering every waking hour outside of classes as the examinations approach. The Wizarding Examinations Authority, which remains responsible for administering all magical examinations in Britain, begins its own preparations months in advance. Examination questions must be carefully crafted to assess both breadth and depth of knowledge. Practical tests must be designed to evaluate technique without creating undue danger, and elaborate security measures must be implemented to prevent cheating. Anti-cheating spells of extraordinary complexity are cast on examination quills and parchment, capable of detecting everything from simple crib notes to sophisticated concealment charms. As June approaches, the Great Hall of Hogwarts undergoes a transformation. The 4 house tables disappear, replaced by rows of individual desks arranged to prevent communication between students. Magical hourglasses, visible from every angle regardless of where one sits, replace the usual enchanted ceiling. A psychological reminder of the inexorable passage of time during written examinations. The arrival of the examination proctors signals the formal beginning of OWL season. These officials from the Wizarding Examinations Authority, typically elderly, witches and wizards of distinguished educational backgrounds, temporarily take up residence at Hogwarts for the duration of the examination period. They bring with them heavily warded trunks containing the examination materials, which tradition dictates must remain sealed until the moment testing begins. The structure of each ODL examination reflects the nature of its subject. Most follow a two-part format, a written theoretical examination followed by a practical demonstration of skills. In subjects like transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, students must demonstrate their ability to perform specific spells under observation. Potions requires the brewing of assigned mixtures within a time limit. Care of magical creatures involves the proper handling and identification of various magical species. The notable exceptions are history of magic and astronomy, which rely entirely on written work, and divination, which is assessed through practical demonstrations alone. The intensity of the examination schedule is deliberately designed to test not only knowledge but resilience. Students typically face 2 examinations per day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, with practical components often scheduled for different days than their theoretical counterparts. The entire examination period spans approximately 2 weeks, with core subjects like transfiguration and charms allocated more time than electives such as Muggle studies or ancient runes. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of OBUL examinations is their grading system. Unlike the percentage-based scoring used for ordinary coursework, OBULs are graded on a scale of letter grades, each with its own traditional significance. Outstanding OBUL demonstrates exceptional mastery of the subject, often indicating natural talent combined with dedicated study. Exceeds expectations. He shows thorough understanding and competent magical execution beyond the standard curriculum. Acceptable indicates satisfactory knowledge and basic magical competence, the minimum passing grade. Poor P reflects significant gaps in knowledge or inability to perform required magic consistently. Dreadful D demonstrates fundamental misunderstandings of magical theory or dangerous incompetence in practice. Troll T, the lowest possible grade, rarely given except in cases of complete failure to demonstrate any knowledge or capability whatsoever. This grading system has remained unchanged for centuries, with Troll allegedly added after a particularly disastrous transfiguration examination in 1349 resulted in an actual troll rampaging through the examination hall after a student's failed animal-to-animal transformation. While modern educational historians doubt the literal truth of this account, the grade's name has persisted, serving as a cautionary reminder of the potentially catastrophic consequences of magical incompetence. The impact of OBUL results on a young witch or wizard's future cannot be overstated. Most advanced courses at Hogwarts require minimum grades, typically exceeds expectations in core subjects, and sometimes outstanding for particularly demanding disciplines like potions, at least during Professor Snape's tenure. These advanced courses, known as N.E.W.T level studies, provide the specialized knowledge necessary for specific magical careers. The Ministry of Magic and other major employers establish their own minimum OBUL requirements for various positions. Aspiring Aurors, for instance, traditionally need at least 5 N.E.W.T.s, which in turn require 5 OOWLs at exceeds expectations or above in specific subjects. Healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries require extensive study in potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, all building on a foundation of high OOL scores. Even seemingly less academic careers, such as dragonology or curse-breaking, have their own rigorous educational prerequisites, beyond their practical implications for future study and employment. OWL examinations hold significant cultural meaning in wizarding society. They represent the transition from basic magical education to specialized training, marking a student's evolution from novice to apprentice in the magical arts. Family celebrations often follow the arrival of OWL results, with particularly accomplished students receiving gifts ranging from new broomsticks to exotic pets in recognition of their achievement. The historical records of OL examinations offer fascinating insights into the evolution of magical education. The subjects tested have changed over the centuries, reflecting shifting priorities within wizarding society. Alchemy, once a core examination, gradually disappeared from the curriculum by the 19th century as its practical applications diminished. Muggle studies was introduced as an examinable subject only in 1865, reflecting growing concerns about wizard-muggle relations following several high-profile breaches of the Statute of Secrecy. Most recently, the emphasis of defense against the dark arts examinations has fluctuated dramatically, depending on perceived external threats to the wizarding community. Notable achievements in OWL examinations have entered wizarding folklore. Albus Dumbledore reportedly achieved 12 outstanding OWLs in 1895, completing several practical examinations simultaneously to the astonishment of his examiners. Bartemius Crouch, Sr., supposedly passed examinations in 14 subjects, including several for which he had never attended classes, simply through independent study. While such exceptional cases are celebrated, the Wizarding Examinations Authority emphasizes that most successful wizards achieve moderate results across a balanced selection of subjects. As the soft glow of evening candlelight dims and sleep begins to beckon, consider this question: which magical subjects would most capture your imagination and dedication, were you to prepare for your own OWL examinations? Would you excel in the precise movements of charms, the subtle complexities of potions, the structured logic of arithmancy, or perhaps the ancient wisdom of divination? And what might your choices reveal about the witch or wizard you might have become? Chapter 7. The Wisdom of the Sorting Hat. In the gentle stillness of evening, as stars begin to appear in the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, let us turn our thoughts to perhaps the most insightful magical artifact in the wizarding world, a humble-looking pointed hat, whose wisdom has shaped the destiny of countless young witches and wizards through the centuries. Tonight, we shall unravel the mysteries of the Sorting Hat, whose songs and decisions have guided generations through the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. The story of the Sorting Hat begins with the founders themselves: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. As these four extraordinary magical minds established their school in the Scottish Highlands over 1,000 years ago, they faced a fundamental question: how would they select students for their individual houses once they themselves were gone? Each founder valued different qualities in their pupils, and they sought a method that would preserve their distinct visions for magical education. It was Godric Gryffindor who provided the solution, in a moment of either brilliant insight or whimsical inspiration. Accounts vary among magical historians. Taking his own pointed wizard's hat from his head, a fine hat of deep crimson, adorned with a single phoenix feather, Gryffindor proposed that they enchant it to continue their work. All four founders agreed to this plan, though contemporary accounts suggest that Ravenclaw initially favored a more analytical approach involving a series of written examinations, and Slytherin had designed an elaborate magical obstacle course to test students' cunning. The enchantment of the Sorting Hat represents one of the most remarkable feats of magical collaboration in wizarding history. Each founder contributed their own unique magical expertise to the process. From Ravenclaw came the intricate charms of cognition and discernment that allow the hat to perceive the mind beneath it. Slytherin added subtle legilimency enchantments that let the hat see not just surface thoughts but deeper ambitions and potentials. Hufflepuff's contribution was the complex emotion-sensing magic that enables the hat to recognize loyalty, work ethic, and fairness. And from Gryffindor himself came not only the hat, but the courage detecting enchantments, perhaps most importantly, a fragment of each founder's consciousness, a magical imprint of their values, wisdom, and decision-making processes. The result was far more than a mere magical object. The Sorting Hat became something unique in the wizarding world, an item imbued with a form of consciousness, capable of thought, judgment, and even creative expression through its yearly songs. While not truly alive in the biological sense, the hat possesses what magical theorists call persistent consciousness. a self-aware magical entity that retains memories, learns from experiences, and develops its understanding over time while maintaining its core purpose. This remarkable magical achievement has influenced how the hat sorts students throughout the centuries. Rather than simply applying rigid criteria based on the founder's original preferences, the sorting hat has evolved its own nuanced understanding of the four houses. It considers not just a student's current qualities, but their potential for growth, their deepest desires, and sometimes, as evidenced by its famous conversation with Harry Potter, even their own preferences. The sorting hat's method of evaluation is far more complex than many realize. When placed upon a student's head, the hat enters a state of deep magical connection with their mind. This is not true legilimency as practiced by skilled wizards, which can be blocked by occlumency shields. Rather, it is a unique form of magical perception that operates at a level beyond conscious thought or memory. The hat can sense qualities that the student themselves may not yet recognize: courage still untested, intellect not yet challenged, ambition not yet articulated, or loyalty not yet proven. In cases where a student embodies qualities valued by multiple houses, a common occurrence, as the founders recognized that people rarely fit into neat categories, the hat engages in what magical scholars call predictive sorting. It considers not just who the student is at 11 years old, but who they might become given the right environment. This explains why seemingly contradictory placements sometimes occur. A timid child sorted into Gryffindor may possess buried courage waiting to be nurtured, while a kind-hearted student placed in Slytherin might have untapped reserves of ambition that will flourish among like-minded peers. The sorting hat's yearly songs represent another fascinating aspect of its magic. For centuries, the hat has composed a new song for each welcoming feast, reflecting on the qualities of each house, and occasionally commenting on current events in the wizarding world. These songs serve multiple purposes. They remind students of the distinct values of each house, prepare new arrivals for the sorting process, and sometimes offer wisdom or warnings gleaned from the hat's unique perspective spanning the centuries. Magical musicologists note that the hat's songs follow no consistent meter or rhyme scheme, though they typically employ simple, memorable patterns, appropriate for oral performance. The content, however, shows remarkable sophistication. The songs often contain subtle historical references, philosophical reflections on unity and division, and occasionally prophecy-like warnings, as seen in the song delivered at the start of Harry Potter's 5th year, which cautioned about the dangers of division within Hogwarts. How does the hat compose these songs? Magical theory suggests that throughout the year, as the hat sits in the headmaster's office, it absorbs impressions of current events from the conversations it overhears, the thoughts of those who occasionally wear it for consultation, and some theorize, from the very magical fabric of Hogwarts itself. During the long summer months when the castle stands nearly empty, the hat enters a state of deep contemplation, integrating these impressions with its centuries of wisdom to compose its next musical offering. The hat's wisdom extends beyond its sorting decisions and annual songs. On rare occasions, it has served as a direct advisor to Hogwarts headmasters facing particularly difficult decisions. Headmistress Phillida Spore, 1408 to 1472, famously consulted the hat monthly during the tumultuous period of the Goblin rebellions, seeking its perspective on maintaining neutrality while protecting her students. Similarly, Armando Dippet sought the hat's counsel during the Chamber of Secrets crisis of the 1940s, though historical accounts suggest he failed to fully comprehend the hat's cryptic warnings about the heir's return. Perhaps the most dramatic instance of the hat's intervention occurred during the Second Wizarding War, when Neville Longbottom pulled Godric Gryffindor's sword from within its depths during the Battle of Hogwarts. This remarkable occurrence demonstrates that the hat possesses magical capabilities beyond sorting and singing. It can act as a keeper and deliverer of powerful magical artifacts when true need arises. This suggests that Godric Gryffindor's enchantments included contingencies for times of great crisis, allowing his hat to provide not just wisdom, but practical aid to worthy Gryffindors. The hat's relationship with Hogwarts itself remains something of a magical mystery. Some magical theorists propose that, over the centuries, the hat has developed a symbiotic connection with the castle, drawing power from its ancient stones, and in turn contributing to the school's sentient-like qualities. Others suggest that the hat serves as a living bridge between the founder's original vision and each new generation, helping to preserve Hogwarts' essential character, while allowing it to adapt to changing times. What does the Sorting Hat experience during the long months between sorting ceremonies? While we cannot know with certainty, magical philosophers have proposed various theories. Some suggest that the hat enters a dreamlike state, reviewing memories of past sortings and considering their outcomes. Others believe it maintains awareness of the school around it, observing the development of students it placed, and refining its understanding of the qualities that lead to success in each house. A few fringe theorists even propose that the hat can astrally project its consciousness throughout the castle, though this remains highly speculative. Despite its central role in Hogwarts tradition, the Sorting Hat has faced periods of controversy throughout wizarding history. During the late 18th century, Headmaster Vindictus Viridian proposed replacing the hat with a series of practical examinations, arguing that a talking piece of headwear was an undignified method for such an important decision. His proposal was soundly rejected by the Board of Governors. In the 1920s, a movement led by reformist educators suggested that sorting 11-year-olds into fixed houses might reinforce unhelpful stereotypes and limit their development. This too was ultimately dismissed in favor of tradition. These controversies highlight a fundamental question about the Sorting Hat's wisdom. How can a magical object, even one imbued with the consciousness of the founders, accurately determine the path for children who have barely begun to discover themselves? The answer may lie in the hat's own admission during particularly difficult sortings, that it places students where they have the potential to grow, not necessarily where they already fit perfectly. This suggests a profound understanding of human development that transcends simple categorization. As you drift toward the realm of dreams, consider this question: what might the Sorting Hat perceive if placed upon your head at this moment in your life? Would it see the same qualities it might have found in your 11-year-old self? Or would it discover new depths of courage, intellect, ambition, or loyalty that life's journey has cultivated within you? And would you, with the wisdom of experience, accept its judgment, or, like Harry Potter, whisper your own preference into its ancient knowing brim? Chapter 8. The Invisibility of the Perfect Cloak. Moonlight filters through leaded glass windows, casting mysterious shadows across ancient stones. In such half-light, the boundaries between seen and unseen blur, much like the remarkable magical artifact we shall explore tonight. Let us examine the rarest of magical treasures, the perfect invisibility cloak, that has defied detection for centuries, passing silently through the pages of wizarding history like its wearer might pass unseen through a crowded room. Invisibility cloaks are not, in themselves, particularly rare in the wizarding world. For centuries, accomplished witches and wizards have created garments that can render the wearer partially or temporarily invisible. These conventional invisibility cloaks employ various magical principles, most commonly, a complex layering of disillusionment charms, woven directly into the fabric, sometimes combined with bedazzling hexes, to create a kind of magical light-bending effect. However, these ordinary invisibility cloaks all share common limitations. The enchantments fade over time, requiring regular renewal by skilled charm workers. They are susceptible to detection by certain revealing spells, such as Hominum Revelio, which detects human presence regardless of concealment. Most importantly, they prove vulnerable to the passage of time. The magic unravels. The cloaks become opaque in places, developing a grayish sheen like tarnished silver, as Madame Malkin was known to tell customers inquiring about such items in her shop. Nothing lasts forever, dear, especially not invisibility cloaks. The cloak that found its way to Harry Potter on a Christmas morning, the third of the fabled Deathly Hallows, defies all these limitations. Its perfection lies not in the charms cast upon it, but in the fundamental nature of the material itself. Unlike conventional invisibility cloaks, this remarkable artifact is said to be woven from death's own essence, created not through spellwork but through supernatural origin. Whether one believes the literal truth of the tale of the three brothers, or interprets it as allegorical, the cloak's extraordinary properties remain indisputable. The perfect cloak's invisibility is total and absolute. When worn properly, it renders the wearer completely invisible from all angles. No shadows betray movement, no shimmer reveals presence. Even the most powerful revealing charms fail to penetrate its concealment. Alastor Moody's magical eye, capable of seeing through solid wood, could not perceive what lay beneath its folds. The Marauder's map, which showed the location of every person within Hogwarts regardless of concealment, worked only because it detected the essence of the person, not their visible form. Perhaps most remarkably, the perfect cloak has shown no degradation over centuries of use. While precise dating remains impossible without destructive magical analysis, which no owner would permit, the cloak passed through multiple generations of the Potter family before reaching Harry. James Potter used it during his Hogwarts years in the 1970s, having received it from his father Fleamont, who in turn inherited it from his own father Henry Potter. The family tradition suggests the cloak's presence in the Potter line for at least 12 generations, possibly dating back to the original Peverell brothers in the 13th century. This extraordinary longevity defies all known principles of magical artifice. Even the most powerful enchanted objects created by history's greatest witches and wizards show some degradation over decades, let alone centuries. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, for all its power, had begun to tarnish by the time it was hidden in Albania. Slytherin's locket required regular polishing to maintain its luster, yet the perfect invisibility cloak remained as effective and flawless in Harry Potter's hands as it had been for his distant ancestors. The material composition of the cloak represents another fascinating mystery. To ordinary touch, it feels like water woven into material cool and fluid, lighter than expected yet substantial enough to provide complete coverage. Magical textile experts who have examined similar though inferior invisibility cloaks describe them as typically made from demiguise hair. The naturally invisible ape-like creature provides silver strands that, when properly treated and woven, can carry powerful disillusionment charms. The perfect cloak, however, seems composed of something else entirely. Those privileged enough to have handled it describe a material unlike any other magical fabric, neither silk nor wool, neither woven nor spun in the conventional sense. Some magical theorists have proposed it might be composed of solidified shadow or crystallized moonlight, though such poetic descriptions do little to explain its physical properties. What truly sets the perfect cloak apart is its relationship with detection magic. Conventional invisibility cloaks merely bend light around the wearer, creating the illusion of absence. The perfect cloak seems to place its wearer partially outside conventional magical detection altogether, as though they exist simultaneously in our world and slightly adjacent to it. This could explain why even the most powerful detection spells fail to register the wearer's presence, and why creatures that sense magic directly, such as cats and certain magical beings, sometimes react to the invisible presence while magical instruments do not. The cloak's extraordinary capabilities have inspired centuries of scholarly debate among those few who knew of its existence. Some magical theorists propose that rather than rendering its wearer invisible, the cloak actually shifts them partially into a parallel dimensional plane, leaving only the faintest connection to the physical world. Others suggest that it manipulates not just light but perception itself, creating a kind of magical blind spot in the minds of observers, rather than truly bending light around the wearer. The history of the perfect cloak before it came into the Potter family's possession remains largely conjectural. If we accept the lineage suggested in the tale of the three brothers, it was originally created for Ignotus Peverell, the youngest and wisest of the three brothers. Unlike his siblings who sought power and resurrection, Ignotus asked only for a way to leave death without being followed. The tale concludes with N.E.W.T living to a ripe old age, then willingly removing the cloak and greeting death as an old friend before passing the cloak to his son. Magical genealogists have confirmed that the Potter family is indeed descended from the Peverills, though whether directly from N.E.W.T himself remains uncertain. The connection likely came through marriage in the late medieval period, when Hardwin Potter wed Iolantha Peveril, the last of her line. Family tradition holds that the cloak passed to the Potters at this time, with Iolantha insisting that the family secret be preserved, and the cloak passed down to the eldest child of each generation. Throughout its long history, the cloak seems to have been used primarily for protection rather than mischief or gain. The Potters developed a reputation for being slightly eccentric, but fundamentally decent wizards, who occasionally involved themselves in historical events, but never sought prominence or power. This aligns with the moral of the original tale, that wisdom lies in accepting one's mortality, while seeking to live well, rather than pursuing impossible power, or challenging death directly. The perfect cloak's resistance to summoning charms presents another fascinating property. Unlike most magical objects, which can be called to the caster with a properly executed accio spell, the cloak cannot be summoned. This immunity to magical manipulation extends to most transfiguration attempts as well. The cloak resists changes to its form or properties, remaining stubbornly itself regardless of the magic directed at it. When worn, the perfect cloak creates absolute silence, another quality that distinguishes it from lesser invisibility garments. The wearer makes no sound, attributable to the cloak itself. No rustle of fabric, no swish of movement. This acoustic perfection complements its visual concealment, allowing for truly undetectable movement when the wearer exercises appropriate caution with their footsteps. Perhaps most intriguing is the perfect cloak's relationship with the other Deathly Hallows. According to legend, the one who unites all three Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak, becomes the Master of Death. This cryptic phrase has been interpreted variously throughout wizarding history, but most scholars agree it represents not immortality, but rather a perfect acceptance of mortality, a philosophical position rather than a magical state. When Harry Potter briefly held all three Hallows during the Battle of Hogwarts, he demonstrated this ultimate wisdom by using the cloak, not for personal gain but for protection, the stone not to permanently resurrect, but to find courage in the presence of those he had lost, and the wand not to seek power but to end conflict. In this, he fulfilled the deepest purpose of the perfect cloak, not merely to hide from death, but to live wisely in its inevitable shadow. For those who have studied magical artifacts throughout history, the perfect invisibility cloak represents an anomaly that challenges our understanding of magic itself. Its perfect function, its immunity to decay, and its resistance to magical detection suggest origins beyond conventional enchantment. Whether crafted by death as the tale suggests, created through lost magical arts of extraordinary sophistication, or formed through some other means entirely, it remains unique in the annals of wizarding history. As your consciousness begins to drift toward dreams, consider this: what would you choose to do if granted temporary use of the perfect invisibility cloak? Would you seek knowledge otherwise forbidden, explore places typically inaccessible, or simply experience the world from the extraordinary perspective of one who observes without being observed? And what might your answer reveal about the invisible aspects of your own character? Chapter 9. The Triwizard Tournament Arena. As evening mist rises from the lake and curls around ancient towers, imagine a magical arena designed to challenge the most talented young witches and wizards in Europe. The soft glow of enchanted torches illuminates our path as we explore the extraordinary venues created for the legendary Triwizard Tournament, an event where glory and danger have always been inexorably intertwined. The Triwizard Tournament dates back to the 13th century, established as a friendly competition to forge bonds between three of Europe's premier magical institutions: Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute. Every 5 years, A champion from each school would compete in 3 magical tasks designed to test courage, magical prowess, intelligence, and character. The winner would receive eternal glory, 1,000 galleons in prize money, and the coveted Triwizard Cup. What makes the tournament particularly fascinating from a magical perspective is not merely the competition itself, but the extraordinary arenas created to host each task. Unlike permanent sporting venues such as Quidditch pitches, Triwizard arenas are temporary magical environments, specifically designed for each unique challenge and dismantled afterward. Their creation represents some of the most complex environmental magic performed in the wizarding world, involving dozens of skilled witches and wizards working in concert. The planning of tournament arenas traditionally begins years in advance, with a committee of representatives from all 3 schools collaborating on task design. While the specific challenges change with each tournament, they typically follow certain thematic elements: 1 task involving magical creatures, 1 testing physical endurance and problem solving, and 1 requiring navigation through magically altered environments. Once the tasks are determined, magical architects begin the intricate work of arena design. For creature-based challenges, the arena must balance multiple competing priorities. It must contain the magical creature safely, preventing any risk to spectators. It must provide the creature with a habitat similar enough to its natural environment to prevent distress while still allowing clear visibility for audiences. And it must incorporate enough environmental complexity to make the task challenging without being impossible. The dragon enclosure created for the first task of the 1994 tournament exemplifies this delicate balance. Constructed on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the arena featured a rocky terrain reminiscent of the natural mountain habitats preferred by nesting dragons. A massive oval of stands surrounded this enclosure, elevated high enough to keep spectators safely distant from dragon fire, while still providing clear views of the action below. The most remarkable feature of this arena was its magical containment system. Unlike physical barriers, which dragons can eventually break through with sufficient determination, the enclosure utilized a network of interwoven boundary charms. These spells created invisible walls that flexed under impact rather than breaking, much like a magical trampoline. Should a dragon approach too near the boundaries, the charms would gently but firmly push it back toward the center, without causing distress that might further agitate the creature. For spectators, comfort and safety were equally considered. The elevated stands incorporated warming charms to counter the November chill, modified flame-freezing spells as a precaution against stray dragon fire, and sophisticated magnification charms that allowed each viewer to focus on any part of the arena they wished to observe more closely, similar to the function of omnioculars, but operating automatically. The second task of the tournament presented entirely different challenges for arena creation. Set in the Black Lake, this underwater challenge required magical innovations to make the competition visible to spectators, something that would normally be impossible given the lake's murky depths. The solution combined several branches of magical expertise in a truly creative way. Rather than attempting to clear the entire lake, which would have disrupted the ecosystem and likely angered the merpeople who call it home, the tournament organizers created what magical event designers call a viewing membrane. This thin magical field, suspended just above the lake's surface, acted as a projection screen for what was happening below. This projection was achieved through a network of specially enchanted grindylows, temporarily charmed to serve as mobile underwater observers. As these small water demons swam through the lake, what they saw was magically transmitted to the viewing membrane, creating a constantly shifting aerial map of underwater activity. Additional enchantments highlighted the champions' positions with glowing markers, allowing spectators to follow their progress through the murky waters. For the champions themselves, the underwater arena presented its own magical challenges. Certain paths were marked with magical light trails visible only to human eyes, guiding competitors toward the merpeople village, while still requiring navigation skills. Anti-summoning wards prevented champions from simply calling their hostages to them, and time-limited warming charms protected against the lake's bone-chilling temperatures, without eliminating the challenge of the underwater environment. Perhaps the most complex arena created for the 1994 tournament was the maze used for the third and final task. Unlike the previous venues, which modified existing environments, the maze represented a completely artificial magical ecosystem constructed on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. What appeared to be a simple hedge maze from the outside contained within it a pocket dimension of sorts, larger on the inside than physically possible, with sections that periodically shifted position. The creation of this maze involved several months of preparation. First, the basic structure was grown using accelerated botanical charms on specially bred magical hedges imported from the Netherlands. These plants, a variant of venomous tentacula crossed with mundane yew, possessed limited sentience and could be trained to maintain their shape while still displaying enough movement to disorient competitors. Once the physical structure was established, layers of enchantment were added to create what magical theorists call conditional environments, spaces that respond differently based on who enters them. Certain pathways would appear solid to one champion but passable to another. Some areas subtly influenced emotions, inducing fear or confusion without being obvious enough to recognize as external manipulation. The maze even contained small pockets of altered weather, sections of mist, areas of intense heat or cold, and patches where directional gravity shifted unpredictably. The magic required to maintain these complex conditions was sustained through an intricate network of runic anchors buried beneath the Quidditch pitch. Teams of wizards and witches worked in shifts to monitor and adjust the enchantments, ensuring that the challenges remained difficult but not insurmountable, and that no champion became permanently trapped or injured beyond the tournament's acceptable risk level. For spectators, the maze presented a unique viewing challenge. Unlike the previous tasks, much of the action would be hidden from direct observation. The solution came in the form of specialized floating cameras, small, glowing orbs that could navigate the maze independently, passing through hedges when necessary to follow champions. These devices, a magical predecessor to Muggle drone technology, transmitted images to a central projection above the maze, visible to all spectators. The Triwizard tournament arena's protective enchantments extended beyond the visible boundaries of each challenge. A complex web of detection spells monitored the vital signs of all champions, alerting officials to any life-threatening situations. Emergency extraction charms were prepared for each competitor, ready to remove them instantly from danger if necessary, and throughout each arena, subtle compulsion wards discouraged spectators from interfering, reinforcing the magical contracts that bound participants and observers alike. Despite these precautions, the 1994 tournament ended in tragedy when the Triwizard Cup itself, the centerpiece of the final arena, was secretly transformed into a portkey by a disguised Death Eater. This unauthorized modification of the arena's magic led to the death of Cedric Diggory and the return of Lord Voldemort, demonstrating how even the most carefully constructed magical environments can be subverted by sufficient knowledge and dark intent. The aftermath of these events led to enhanced security protocols for subsequent tournaments. Modern Triwizard arenas now incorporate Thief's Downfall-like enchantments that detect and neutralize unauthorized magic, similar to those used in the deepest vaults of Gringotts. All magical objects brought into the arena undergo multiple inspections by cursebreakers from all 3 participating schools, and the entire venue is enclosed within anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards of unprecedented strength. These enhanced protections have allowed the tournament tradition to continue, with arenas growing ever more spectacular as magical knowledge advances. Recent tournaments have featured challenges in magically sustained environments that would normally be impossible to recreate: underwater volcanoes, miniature dragon reserves, and labyrinths that exist partially in our world and partially in magical pocket dimensions. The artistry of Triwizard arena creation has become a specialized magical discipline in its own right, with talented environmental enchanters training for years to join the prestigious tournament design committee. Their work represents the pinnacle of cooperative magical achievement, temporary wonders that exist for a brief, glorious moment before being carefully dismantled, leaving only memories and legends in their wake. As you drift towards slumber, perhaps consider what magical arena would you design to test the very best young witches and wizards. What environment would challenge not just magical ability, but character and wisdom? And what would your design reveal about what you truly value in the magical arts? Chapter 10. The Enchantment of the Hogwarts Express. As twilight softens the edges of the world, imagine the gleam of scarlet steel catching the last rays of sunlight as a magnificent train winds its way through misty Scottish highlands. Steam billows from its chimney, curling into fantastic shapes against a darkening sky, while inside, the warm glow of lamps illuminates corridors filled with excited young witches and wizards. Tonight, let us explore the magical marvel that is the Hogwarts Express, a remarkable blend of Muggle engineering and wizarding enchantment that has carried generations of students to the most famous school of magic in Britain. The story of the Hogwarts Express begins in the 1830s, a time of great transformation in both the Muggle and wizarding worlds. For centuries, young witches and wizards had made their way to Hogwarts through various means: flying broomsticks, enchanted carriages, magical boats, even riding magical creatures. This haphazard approach resulted in frequent breaches of the International Statute of Secrecy, as children often arrived late, lost, or in full view of bewildered Muggle observers. Minister for Magic Ottilie Gamble, who held office from 1827 to 1835, took a particular interest in Muggle transportation innovations. When she learned of the development of steam locomotives, the first passenger railway had opened between Liverpool and Manchester in 1830, she recognized an elegant solution to the Hogwarts transportation problem. Despite considerable opposition from pure-blood families who considered Muggle technology beneath them, Gamble pushed forward with her vision. The Ministry of Magic performed one of the largest concealment operations in its history, involving 100 wizards and witches, to acquire a steam locomotive from the Muggle manufacturers. The operation required the implementation of no fewer than 167 memory charms and the largest mass concealment charm ever performed in Britain. The locomotive, a Gloucester 440 wheel arrangement with a crimson and black livery, disappeared from the Muggle world forever on a misty night in 1829. The real magic, however, began after the acquisition. The train was transported to Hogsmeade Station, where a team of the most skilled enchanters of the age began the painstaking process of transforming a mundane Muggle machine into a magical conveyance suitable for young witches and wizards. This project, which took nearly 5 years to complete, remains one of the most impressive feats of cooperative enchantment in British magical history. The primary challenges faced by the enchantment team were threefold: how to make the train operate without Muggle coal or conventional steam power, how to create sufficient space within the carriages for hundreds of students and their belongings, and how to ensure the train remained completely invisible to Muggles during its journey across Britain. The solution to the first challenge came from Apollonia Pringle, an experimental charms specialist who had previously worked on self-propelling magical objects. Rather than attempting to replace the steam engine entirely, Pringle developed what she called a perpetual steam enchantment, a sophisticated charm that caused water to heat and convert to steam through magical means rather than coal fire. This enchantment, similar in principle to the Gubrathian fire that produces eternal flame, creates a self-sustaining cycle of steam production that requires renewal only once every decade. The train's whistle, which sounds at precisely the same pitch and volume as its Muggle counterpart, was enchanted separately by Musidora Barkwith, a witch renowned for her work in magical acoustics. The whistle serves not merely as a signal, but as a key component of the train's concealment magic. Its sound triggers a temporary memory diversion in any nearby Muggles, causing their attention to drift away from the source of the noise just as the train passes. The interior expansion of the carriages presented the second major challenge. Unlike the night bus, which was designed from the beginning with magical transportation in mind, the Hogwarts Express required retrofitting of existing Muggle structures. Undetectable extension charms, typically used for trunks and small containers, had to be modified substantially to work on compartments that already possessed physical boundaries connecting to other expanded spaces. Daedalus Diggle, whose descendants would later become notable members of the Order of the Phoenix, developed a specialized variant of the extension charm that created what magical architects call bubble spaces, self-contained expanded areas that do not interact with adjacent expanded areas. This innovation prevented the common problem of spatial bleed, where two expanded areas in close proximity can cause dangerous dimensional instabilities. Each compartment on the Hogwarts Express contains its own bubble space, expanded to comfortably seat 6 students with room for trunks above and beneath the seats. The corridors between compartments serve as neutral zones, where the expansion magic transitions smoothly from one bubble to another. This arrangement explains why the corridors sometimes seem disproportionately long or short, depending on the train's current magical configuration. The third, and perhaps most crucial challenge, was ensuring the train's invisibility to Muggle observers during its journey from London to Hogsmeade. Unlike other magical transportation, which typically moves instantly from one location to another, the Hogwarts Express travels continuously through Muggle territories for several hours. Traditional disillusionment charms would be insufficient for such extended exposure. The solution came in the form of a layered approach to concealment. The train itself is encased in what magical theorists call a perception filter. Not true invisibility, but a subtle magical field that diverts Muggle attention. A Muggle looking directly at the tracks as the train passes might see a blur of movement, but their mind would immediately rationalize it as a trick of light, or a conventional train not worth remembering. This perception filter is reinforced by boundary wards placed along the entire route, which activate only when the train passes. These temporary wards, which reset themselves after the train has moved on, create a brief bubble of magical space that partially removes the train from conventional physical reality. It exists simultaneously in the Muggle world and slightly adjacent to it. The most complex piece of magic involved in the Hogwarts Express, however, is Platform 9 3/4 itself. Located at King's Cross Station in London, this magical platform exists in what wizarding architects call a pocket dimension, a space that occupies the same physical location as Muggle reality, but remains separate from it except at designated access points. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 serves as a magical gateway, enchanted to recognize magical individuals and allow them passage while remaining solid to Muggles. The enchantment includes sophisticated intent recognition. Rushing toward a solid brick wall requires genuine belief that you will pass through it, serving as a kind of magical test that prevents accidental discoveries by curious Muggles. Inside Platform 9 3/4, time operates slightly differently than in the surrounding Muggle station. This temporal distortion, a subtle form of time-turner magic, ensures that all students can board comfortably regardless of when they arrive through the barrier. This explains how hundreds of students and their families can occupy the platform without overcrowding, and why the train always departs precisely at 11 o'clock, despite the occasional latecomer. The Hogwarts Express has undergone several magical renovations since its initial enchantment. In 1946, following the defeat of Grindelwald, security enchantments were added to prevent unauthorized magical travel along its route. In 1975, during the First Wizarding War, protection spells were incorporated into the train's structure, making it resistant to most offensive magic. Most recently, after the Battle of Hogwarts, the train's detection and communication enchantments were upgraded to create a direct magical link to the school, allowing immediate notification of any emergency during transit. Throughout these renovations, however, certain aspects of the train have remained deliberately unchanged. The traditional trolley of sweets, pushed by a succession of witches since the 1950s, continues to offer the same assortment of magical confections that have delighted generations of students. The comfortable compartments retain their classic design, encouraging conversation and connection between students before they arrive at school. Even the rhythmic motion of the train has been preserved, gently rocking passengers in a way that magical transportation methods like apparition or portkeys cannot replicate. This commitment to tradition reflects the Hogwarts Express's role as more than mere transportation. It serves as a transitional space between the Muggle and magical worlds, a liminal journey that prepares young witches and wizards for their arrival at Hogwarts. For Muggle-born students especially, the train journey represents their first extended immersion in wizarding culture, a gentle introduction before the overwhelming marvel of the castle itself. The Hogwarts Express makes precisely 10 journeys each year from London to Hogsmeade at the beginning of each term, and before each new school year, and the return journey at Christmas, Easter, and summer holidays. During the intervening periods, the train rests at a magical platform adjacent to Hogsmeade Station, where a small team of house elves maintains its enchantments and prepares it for the next journey. As starlight begins to appear in the night sky outside our window, and your thoughts start to drift toward dreams, consider this: what conversations might you have had? What friendships might you have formed? And what magical marvels might you have witnessed, had you taken your own journey aboard the Scarlet Steam Engine from Platform 9 3/4 to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Chapter 11. The N.E.W.T Examinations. Candlelight flickers across well-worn library tables, where anxious 7th-year students pore over sprawling parchments and weathered textbooks. The castle itself seems to hold its breath as the most challenging academic assessment in the wizarding world approaches. Tonight, as moonlight spills through high windows, let us examine the nastily exhausting wizarding tests, known as N.E.W.T, the final and most formidable examinations that mark the transition from student to accomplished witch or wizard. While ordinary wizarding levels serve as a general assessment of magical competence, Nebraska UTs represent the pinnacle of magical education in Britain, a thorough evaluation designed to identify those ready for specialized professional roles in wizarding society. The name itself, though somewhat playful in its acronym, accurately reflects the grueling nature of these examinations, which have separated the truly masterful from the merely competent for over 3 centuries. The origins of N.E.W.T examinations trace back to the Wizards' Council's efforts in the 1600s to standardize magical training for specific professions. As the wizarding community grew increasingly complex, positions such as healers, unspeakables, and aurors required practitioners with verified expertise rather than those who merely claimed magical knowledge. The Council established what were initially called professional certification examinations, which gradually evolved into the modern N.E.W.T system. Unlike OWLs, which students typically take in their 5th year, Nebraska WTs are approached with 2 additional years of intensive study. Only students who achieve certain OI wall scores, typically exceeds expectations or outstanding in relevant subjects, are permitted to continue to N.E.W.T-level courses. This selective process ensures that those attempting these advanced examinations have already demonstrated fundamental competence in their chosen disciplines. The structure of N.E.W.T examinations differs significantly from their OWL counterparts. While OWLs focus on breadth of knowledge across many subjects, Nebraska T's demand extraordinary depth in fewer areas. Most students attempt between 4 and 7 N.E.W.T.s, selecting subjects directly relevant to their intended careers. The examinations themselves can last up to 6 hours for theoretical components, with practical tests sometimes spanning multiple days for subjects requiring complex demonstrations of magical skill. Preparation for N.E.W.Ts begins from the first day of 6th year at Hogwarts. Courses become dramatically more challenging, with professors expecting students to engage with magical theory at a near-professional level. Self-directed research becomes essential, and students often form study groups that meet deep into the night, practicing advanced spells and debating theoretical concepts. The Hogwarts Library sees unprecedented use during N.E.W.T preparation years, with the restricted section frequently accessed for specialized magical knowledge. The practical components of N.E.W.T examinations push students to their magical limits. Transfiguration N.E.W.T might require students to perform human transfiguration without causing permanent damage to the subject. Potions examinations involve brewing extraordinarily complex mixtures like Veritaserum or Polyjuice potion under time constraints, with a single mistake potentially proving catastrophic. Defense against the dark arts. Practical tests have historically included facing genuine dark creatures, under carefully controlled conditions of course. Written examinations for N.E.W.T explore not just memorized information, but the application of magical principles to novel situations. Students might be asked to theorize approaches to previously unseen magical problems, design experimental protocols for magical research, or analyze the ethical implications of advanced magical techniques. These questions often have no single correct answer, requiring students to demonstrate sophisticated magical reasoning and the ability to support their conclusions with sound theoretical foundations. The security measures surrounding N.E.W.T examinations exceed even those for OAWLs. The Wizarding Examinations Authority employs some of the most powerful anti-cheating spells known to magical society, including enchantments that detect not just obvious violations, but subtle attempts at magical manipulation. Examination rooms are temporarily transformed into magically isolated environments, preventing access to external magical resources and ensuring that each student's performance reflects only their individual capabilities. N.E.W.T grading follows a stricter standard than OWL, with fewer candidates achieving the highest marks. While an outstanding OWL represents excellent grasp of basic material, an outstanding N.E.W.T indicates mastery approaching professional level. Historical records show that only about 10% of students achieve outstanding in any given N.E.W.T subject, with the percentage varying significantly by discipline. Transfiguration and arithmancy, for instance, have lower rates of top marks due to their theoretical complexity, while subjects like care of magical creatures see slightly higher success rates in practical components. The career implications of N.E.W.T results prove far-reaching. The Ministry of Magic maintains specific requirements for various professional positions. Aurors must achieve at least 5 N.E.W.T. It exceeds expectations or higher, including mandatory subjects like defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, and charms. Healers require similarly high marks in potions, herbology, transfiguration, and either charms or defense against the dark arts. Unspeakables working in the Department of Mysteries have perhaps the most demanding requirements, needing excellent results across multiple disciplines, including ancient runes, arithmancy, and theoretical magical fields. The psychological pressure of N.E.W.T shapes the final years at Hogwarts. Students develop elaborate study routines, some using legally questionable memory enhancement techniques, or staying awake with wide-eye potions for extended periods before examinations. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, typically prepares extra stocks of calming draughts and dreamless sleep potions during examination season, while house elves report significantly higher consumption of tea and coffee in the 7th-year common areas. Unlike OWL, which follows standardized formats across all schools, Nebraska W.T examinations occasionally incorporate elements specific to each magical institution's specialties. Hogwarts students might face questions related to the castle's unique magical environment, the Room of Requirements variable enchantments, the theoretical foundations of the moving staircases, or the ancient protective spells surrounding the grounds. This localized knowledge adds another layer of complexity to the examinations. The aftermath of N.E.W.T examinations often proves as memorable as the tests themselves. As the final examination concludes, a tradition dating back centuries sees 7th-year students gathering on the shores of the Black Lake, collectively releasing the stress of years of preparation. Some cast celebratory sparks into the air, others conjure spectral images of their study materials and watch them dissipate over the water, a symbolic release from academic pressure. N.E.W.T results arrive by owl post in mid-July. months after students have left Hogwarts for the final time. These parchments, bearing the seal of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, determine immediate career trajectories, and, in many cases, entire life paths. Some graduates immediately enter specialized training programs based on their scores, while others find their initial career dreams redirected by unexpected results. The historical records of exceptional N.E.W.T performances create legends within the wizarding community. Students speak in hushed tones of Albus Dumbledore's performance, rumored to have included theoretical innovations that became standard elements of magical education decades later. Hermione Granger's N.E.W.T results, though taken under extraordinary circumstances following the Second Wizarding War, reportedly set new records in several subjects, particularly in magical law, which she studied independently. As your consciousness begins to drift toward the realm of sleep, perhaps you might wonder, what advanced magical knowledge would you choose to master if facing your own N.E.W.T examinations? Would you pursue the precise complexity of arithmancy, the creative challenges of transfiguration, or the subtle arts of potions? And what might your chosen path reveal about your own approach to magical mastery? Chapter 12. The Career of Madame Rosmerta. As lantern light flickers warmly against frost-etched windows, and the aroma of mulled mead fills the air, let us step into the Three Broomsticks Inn, where generations of Hogwarts students have found refuge from Scottish chill and teenage tribulations. Tonight we conclude our journey by exploring the remarkable career of Madame Rosmerta, the enchanting proprietress whose wit and wisdom have made her establishment the heart of Hogsmeade Village. Little is known of Rosmerta's early life before she became the owner of the Three Broomsticks. Historical records suggest she attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the late 1950s or early 1960s, likely sorted into Hufflepuff House based on accounts of her loyalty, fair-mindedness, and exceptional work ethic. Throughout her school years, witnesses recall her gregarious nature and uncanny ability to make others feel welcome, qualities that would define her professional life in the decades to come. By the early 1970s, a young Rosmerta had established herself behind the bar of the Three Broomsticks, working for the previous owner, Madame Puddifoot's uncle, Arbutus Flume, not to be confused with his nephew, the proprietor of Honeyduke's Sweet Shop. When old Arbutus retired in 1975, Rosmerta purchased the establishment, becoming at age 25 one of the youngest business owners in Hogsmeade history. Under her management, the Three Broomsticks transformed from a simple village pub into the social epicenter of Wizarding Britain's only all-magical settlement. Where once students had been merely tolerated as customers, Rosmerta actively welcomed them, creating a safe space for young witches and wizards to experience their first taste of independence outside Hogwarts' protective walls. She established policies allowing supervised butterbeer consumption for underage wizards while maintaining strict limitations on fire whiskey and other alcoholic beverages for adult patrons. The Three Broomsticks decor during Rosmerta's tenure reflects both her personality and shrewd business sense. Rather than pursue the austere elegance favored by some magical establishments or the cluttered whimsy of others, she maintained a warm, comfortable atmosphere that appealed equally to local residents, visiting tourists, and Hogwarts students on weekend leave. The polished mahogany bar, comfortable mismatched chairs, and roaring fireplace created an environment where patrons from all walks of life could mingle naturally. Rosmerta's reputation as a beauty became legendary throughout the wizarding community, described in her prime as having flowing honey-colored hair, sparkling blue eyes, and maintaining an immaculate appearance despite long hours managing the pub. She turned heads wherever she went. Students and teachers alike were known to become tongue-tied in her presence, with even the usually composed Professor Flitwick observed to be unusually flustered during conversations with her. However, it was Rosmerta's character rather than her appearance that truly ensured her success. She possessed an remarkable memory for names and faces, able to recall regular customers' favorite drinks years after they'd last visited. Her ability to manage potentially volatile situations, diffusing arguments between rival Quidditch supporters, mediating disputes over table reservations, and gracefully declining unwanted romantic advances, maintained the Three Broomsticks' reputation as a civilized gathering place. During the First Wizarding War, the Three Broomsticks became more than just a pub. It served as an informal communications hub for those opposing Voldemort's regime. While never officially joining the Order of the Phoenix, Rosmerta allowed trusted members to use her establishment for meetings, passing messages through coded phrases and drink orders. She maintained this delicate balance between resistance and survival, ensuring her business remained open as a beacon of normalcy during increasingly dark times. The peace following Voldemort's first defeat allowed Rosmerta to expand her business. She introduced seasonal menus featuring locally sourced ingredients, established brewing contracts with small-scale meaderies and butterbeer producers, and renovated the upstairs rooms to accept overnight guests. These innovations transformed the Three Broomsticks from a simple pub into a full-service inn, significantly increasing its profitability. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, Rosmerta witnessed generations of Hogwarts students mature from nervous third years on their first Hogsmeade visit to confident young adults celebrating their N.E.W.T results. She became an unofficial guardian of sorts, discreetly alerting teachers when students seemed particularly troubled, or subtly intervening when older students attempted to take advantage of younger ones' naivety. Perhaps the darkest chapter in Rosmerta's career came during the Second Wizarding War, when she fell victim to the Imperious Curse. Under this malevolent control, she unwillingly participated in a plot that resulted in the cursing of Katie Bell and nearly caused the death of Ron Weasley. The guilt she felt upon regaining her free will nearly drove her to sell the Three Broomsticks, though the support of the Hogsmeade community convinced her to remain. Following the Battle of Hogwarts, Rosmerta's establishment became a center for healing and remembrance. She opened her doors free of charge to families searching for lost loved ones, provided meeting space for trauma support groups, and established an annual memorial dinner for those lost in the war. These acts of compassion helped her overcome the shame of her unwilling actions under the Imperious Curse. In subsequent years, Rosmerta continued to adapt her business to changing times. She introduced modern conveniences while maintaining traditional charm, established apprenticeship programs for young witches and wizards interested in hospitality careers, and began bottling her signature mead for retail sale. By her 60s, she had become not just a business owner, but a respected community leader, serving on the Hogsmeade Council and mentoring younger entrepreneurs. Madame Rosmerta's career spans one of the most turbulent periods in recent wizarding history. Through wars, social upheaval, and generational changes, she maintained the Three Broomsticks as a constant in the lives of countless witches and wizards. Her ability to balance business acumen with genuine hospitality, to provide sanctuary without taking sides, and to witness history while remaining discreetly uninvolved in its controversies, represents a unique form of magical achievement. As the firelight dims and the pub grows quiet, perhaps you might wonder, what stories could the walls of the Three Broomsticks tell if they could speak? How many first dates, study groups, clandestine meetings, and tearful farewells has Madame Rosmerta witnessed over the decades? And what qualities of character allow someone to become the trusted confidant of an entire magical community, while maintaining their own mysterious privacy?